Okay, welcome to the stream. I am the Discourager of Hesitancy. Right now, for some reason, my Emacs window isn't filling this space like it should. I don't know what happened to my layout, so that's fun times. There we go. Now it filled it. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, we'll get a couple of minutes for people to roll into town. Let's see what we're up to. Today, let's see here, I guess I should back up. Yesterday we were adding audio. We embedded it into our executable by outputting custom data files that compile right in. And those were playing back mostly okay. There's a small tick at the end of the sound we were using as our test sound. So we are going to take a look into that and find out what went wrong. Why is there that tick at the end? Once we've got that solved, we'll start embedding the actual audio sounds that we're going to use and making those happen based on various actions. So that's the plan today. A couple of minor changes. I'm going to try to get up out of my chair every hour or so that I will not be sitting here too long. Use it to get a snack, do a little calisthenics between, drink some more water, that kind of thing. So I'm going to set myself a timer while people wander into the chat, and we'll get started on the programming here real soon. So let me dial up the timer and start it. So in about an hour, I should get up and do something, do a little calisthenics or grab a snack, or drink some water. Okay. Let's see, what code file was I even looking at? So this is the file, the code file that embeds the WAV files into my executable. And here's the file where those are embedded. So here's a basic click sound, and there's a beep sound. Go back up here to beep. Here's the actual binary data for beep. Very complicated, I'm sure. It's just binary data. The other thing is where it's played back, and this is where I think our current problem is. So let's go ahead and get running just so that we can hear what's going on. Make sure that my layout is still okay in OBS. Oh my gosh. What is this thing doing? This is not the layout. Why? All right, now let's. How does it look in real life? Oh, that's not a keyboard shortcut I would have associated with that. Okay. Anyway, here's the game. And let's take a look. Yeah, the aspect ratio is a little messed up since it didn't save that layout. Interesting. Okay, so I would put my test code in the about scene. Made a different color just so that I don't have to worry about it. And if I remember right, I made a spacebar play a sound. So there's the beep, but then there's like a tick after that. So I need to figure out why that is. Audio is fun because it's a lot of data samples to look at to figure out manually what it looks like. So maybe what we need to do is, okay, there's a couple ways we go with this. One, let's go to the embed waves file. One thing I do want to do is write out the length. So the sound size is in bytes, and we are forcing everything to 16-bit PCM and 44K hertz. So why don't we just output that? We're going to take the key name. It'll be USD samples. There are 2 channels. So it's the sound size in bytes divided by 2 because it's 16-bit PCM, and divided by 4 because there's 2 channels at 44 modulus d hertz, because we are going to give it the fixed number of hertz that we support for now. Maybe in the future we'll do something fancy, but keeping it simple. Since I have control over every aspect of what data is being embedded, I get to choose. Okay. And then the other thing is samples. The number of samples divided by the rate. Required sample rate is how long the playtime is. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to load up a bunch more files because I've added some more just for testing. I've got all I've got is a click and a beep, then we don't actually have that many things to look at. So let's embed a few more sounds, which are listed somewhere. Desktop, active projects, Sleuth, assets, sounds. Okay, so we'll come back and do that later. Assets, sounds, and then we're going to embed this one. So we're just going to embed a whole bunch of sounds. Okay, so chime reveal, click 3 is already in there. Click natural. DGB, because we're going to also just try these in gameplay, so we might as well just load them all up and be able to listen to them while we're testing our audio. Also, it'll be interesting to note if like long running sounds don't have the tick at the end or not. Hey, ECS. Entity component systems follow data-oriented design. Yes. Oh, well. Potential cache misses. Okay, so a little bit of a misconception here. Well, and maybe you're talking Unity specific is now batched that way. I think it's called. Oh, okay. All right. So ECS just means entity component system. Back in the good old days, Unity was an entity component system, and each component was an object that had components added to it, right? So you would say add a component for the physics rigid body or whatever. And in that case, if you're doing a lot of processing on one entity and accessing those different aspects of it, then you had good cache. But what would happen is the physics engine really wants to burn through all of the physics alone and all of those physics related entities, and get good caching there. And same with the renderer, right? There are certain render aspects that you really want to burn through fast all at once. So the update loop, a lot of the times, wasn't actually the bottleneck to get more time. So Unity now has like the data oriented thing, which breaks up these entities this way. So I think what you'll find is that because of the physics and the rendering, if you have those set up in more contiguous memory, those components of your game engine will run much faster, and then actually your update cycle, where you access different components of that entity, those cache misses aren't as costly as the physics engine and the render engine getting cache misses. So I don't know if that helps much. If you're not using a game engine, you could define like a hybrid system where parts of it are very clustered in memory for the update cycle where you write your own code, but then the physics and the render engine are laid out in a structure of arrays instead of an array of structures. Does that make sense? Or maybe I need to back up and explain array of structures and structure of arrays. Yeah, so for example, your physics and rendering is almost always your biggest cost overall. Maybe your particle systems need to be batched up nicely in memory for reasonable updating. But then, like, if you have sounds or keyboard inputs and that sort of thing, bundling those in with the entity itself might be more efficient in some cases. I haven't prototyped it either way, and in fact, I'm not using an entity component system at all. This right now is very simple, and an entity component system would be overkill. I only add abstractions when I have to, or when it's beneficial. So it's one of the problems that I'm trying to fix. Like Unity or Unreal, if you build even just a very basic scene, it's hundreds of megabytes, and people have these huge downloads of gigabytes of data because the engine wants to provide everything for everybody, and it's just overkill. You don't need it most of the time unless you're making a AAA shooter or something. So yeah, so let's see. Let's get a scratch buffer up. So in an array of structures, what you'll have is something like structure, and we can call it class if that makes you feel better. Just depends what you're comfortable with. Class, and I'm not doing this in any specific language, so entity, and maybe it has fields for list of components. Right, so this is, and then inside of your game engine, you'd have a list of entities. Then inside your game loop, while running, you would say things like for entity in entities. If entity has rigid body or physics or whatever you want to call it, do physics on the entity get component dot rigid body, right? So in the same thing with like the render engine. So, if it has a rigid body, do things with a rigid body. If it has mesh, maybe, or whatever you want to call it, do render, right? So in this case, this is called a structure, an array of structures. So we have this list of entities, and we go through each one, and it contains the components that it has. A lot of the times, what will be more efficient is, let's see here. What will often happen is your update loop is somewhere in here. You update on your attached script, right? Or something like that. Or maybe your entity has multiple scripts and you have to loop through them. It doesn't matter. Right? So we'll often do physics first, then an update, then a render. But array of structures, or you'll see it as AOS, right? Whereas a structure of arrays, SOA, might look more like this, where the class is entity and it will have a list of physics components, right? List of meshes and a list of scripts. Right? Then while you're running, it would look updates the way I wanted. Okay. I don't know why I'm like mixing weird styles from Python and regular C style languages. Okay. Maybe something like this. Meanwhile, here, you literally just say for it's contingent body. Where did that do? Okay. So for rigid body in entities dot rigid bodies if rigid body dot active. Like not all game components have it, right? Oh wow. Okay. It's fighting me here. Do physics on the rigid body that we're iterating through, right? And instead of rigid body, will be mesh. Rigid body and mesh. Huh. Capitalize those interesting. And for scripts, same thing. Right, that's just a very simplified model. So here, what you're saying is if I'm running an array of structures, this part has much more efficient access to the rigid body or the mesh than if I wrote a script here getting access to the rigid body or the mesh. I then have to look up my index or my address, right? A pointer to that rigid body or mesh data. But this part is screaming fast. This part is screaming fast because you get very, very good cache locality here. Those are the trade-offs. Like I said, you can build a hybrid system where the most important critical parts are out here in an SOA, but maybe large portions of it can be done in an AOS sort of manner. I mean, let's take an example. If, for instance, when you handle collisions using a double for loop to access entities, your access transform and ABB. Running REST components, the components are located in arrays at different memory addresses. Yeah, I mean, you have to lay out your memory carefully to make sure that things have good cache behavior. So your physics engine is broken down into multiple parts usually. One of which is the collider. Then the collision resolution is a different piece. But yeah, so this is like a very simplified idea of the concept. So you probably would do like collision detection here. And then collision resolution. And then run the normal physics, which is basically your integrator. Or applied forces. And then your integration phase, right? So when I say do physics, it might actually be 4 different loops right there. But each of those loops will have very good cache performance. So again, depending on the kind of game you're making, most games you're going to make like solo probably aren't going to be that physics or render heavy. So maybe you can get away with AOS, but like if you look at the big complicated games, they use SOA a lot. So yeah, your ECS can be designed several different ways, including with an AOS or an SOA model or even a hybrid model. And in this game, my game right now, it's so simple, I'm not using anything like that. Each object just kind of takes care of itself. Yep, anytime. Because it's so small and so simple. I'm not paging lots of data or textures. It's all very simple right now. The other benefit you get out of an SOA is a lot of the calculations, especially in physics and meshes, you get a lot of benefit out of SIMD instructions, which you couldn't get the same benefits out of in an SOA. Okay. So if that helps with the question, I'll go back to copying and pasting sound names. Error short. Warn. What how many got left? 1, 2, 3. Click 3 up into alphabetical order. What have I got here? Digi. Oh, already got that one. Okay. Did you warn? Etc. So I bought a sound pack ages and ages ago, and I'm just using that as a starting point. Maybe these sounds are good enough to use in the final product, maybe not. We're still at the developer art and developer, we're just putting things in to hold place, basically. All right, so we've got all the sounds in. We go to our shell and we can, oh, I'm still running the game. Game's running. Let's quit. And from here, if we compile, what that's going to do is it's going to build my embedding tools. So the shaders will be embedded, the fonts will be embedded, the PNGs, the words, my word library, and there's the wave files. Shader warehouse gets a bunch of different shaders. Right now I've only got one texture, so I'm not worried about that. There's a couple of fonts I've embedded. And then here's the sound warehouse. Oh, I'm still printing out chunk data from back when I was debugging. I should remove that print, but then Soundwave has this many samples, that many hertz, and that is not the correct answer because it's integer division. All right, a couple things to clean up. Let's do this. Embed wave files. Oh, look, there's the chunk print that's flooding my stuff. Okay. And then the other thing we want is this division to be with. Oh, run it from here. This directory has the right nick file in it to do the full re-embedding all the digital assets. Most of the time I don't need to do that, but since we're working with sound assets now. Okay. So to that. Yes, where's my click? Click was about 0.18 seconds. Just out of curiosity. Oh, and then the beep. The beep was the other one that I was. Oh, I took it out. Okay. So the other thing we need to fix is sounds.text. Chime. Click. 1, 2, beep 1. This is kind of a clicking sound. 3. This is another clicking sound. Error 1, error 2, error 3. Call them all errors. Whoosh. Win 1. That's not a click. 5. The click is going to be heard a lot. Sort the lines. And align the data. Okay, cool. Go build that again. Oh, that's not build. There we go. Okay. All right. Beep, chime, click, 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 error. I don't see win. Where did the wins go? Seg fault. Oh no. I don't want to hear that. Shoot. Alright. Looks like I've got to go do some work. Tools bin. Args. Embed. Run it. Sure enough, it's seg faulting. Read chunk. Hmm. $67. Did it fail to open the file? File name. Oh, file has a real value. Hmm. That's odd. Okay, well, for anyone in the chat, mention that there's a Discord channel if you want notifications when I start streaming. Well, I think about this. Getting a seg fault. So, what is data? Data is a real thing. Riff. The Huh. So first of all, I shouldn't be reading chunk on riff. We should have already captured it here. Oh, no. That is correct. So I just passed data as it is. Okay. Because when we read the first chunk, it's offset 12. Okay, is one of these files already formed? Might be a malformed file. Or one that I don't support yet. I'm taking a very basic approach to getting started. So let's go in here. Back to the file. It's after error 2. So the easiest thing to do. Error. Okay. Well, we'll just remove it then. For now. And then I'll tell my kids to be quiet here just a second. Let me mute. Okay, so we're gonna run it again. Just think that one file was a problem. Run it. Nope. Oh, that time it failed after digi play. Oh, that offset is not good. Huh, yeah, that offset is really bad. Okay, offset. I need to figure out what's wrong with offset. That narrows it down quite a bit. Okay. Good. Offset is 12. So if it's, negative huge numbers, that offset doesn't make any sense. But then why would offset be getting huge weird numbers? Because no. Chunk size. If my chunk size is negative, that will subtract. Oh, let's look back. But here. So data size offset Riff V. So the V doesn't matter. That's part of the number. The number is the. So it's just the start of the sound file. Data size offset. Where's that offset going? Negative. All right, let's go back to read chunk. Okay. It only supports reading chunks. Alright, if I'm getting a negative offset or a negative chunk size. Okay, yeah, we don't support weird chunks. That doesn't look right. Let's see here. It made it to all the way to whoosh verb, so it didn't crash. It doesn't crash if I put in log statements. That's not good. That whoosh is 2 seconds long. That's crazy. Doesn't feel like it. Okay. It succeeds if I have a log statement in there. I don't like these kinds of problems. If offset less than 0, chunk ID, chunk size. I want to lock the chunk size back in here. Chunk. We're going to try that. If the chunk let's see here. We're just going to try that. Oh, debugging. Yeah, so it succeeds as long as those log statements are in there. take them out. Does it crash? No. What if we put that sound back in then? We'll clean and build. Just to be sure. How is everyone doing? Nope, it fails. If I take the log statements out, it fails. Huh. How would that be? We could make that an assert, but I want to get the backtrace. Asserts don't give me backtraces. The future one might make it an assert once we're finished debugging, but for debugging, yeah, this is a negative offset. It's a big negative offset. And then we get the segfault. That makes sense. But I don't know what the previous chunk was. Okay. Then we cheat. We get 32T. Last or previous chunk. Use chunk size. Chunk size. Chunk size. Previous chunk equals chunk ID. Last chunk. Calculate this thing. Last chunk. Chunk size. Basically this. Instead of chunk ID, we want rev chunk. 2, 3, 4. All right, so this is a negative offset. The last chunk was garbage. Last chunk offset. We can look at that as well, I guess. Offset equals this should be At this thing. Rev chunk offset. Alright, we'll try it. Oh, that's not right. I really don't want to put an extra log statement in just to make it run. I want to know why it's crashing. This is negative offset. The last offset was at after the data size. The size of the whole file. Unknown escape sequence. Oh, that does make sense. That's a backslash, not a forward slash. Okay. Okay, okay. I think I know what this is about. There's an odd number of samples, odd number of bytes in my data. Which means we're reading junk off the end of the buffer. Because it's odd, there's a 0 byte padding or a 1 byte padding. Since it's odd, it's 1 byte padding. Okay. That's actually easy to fix. Now we know what to do. So we don't need any of this for now. We can leave it in, it's fine. So the wave standard, which I have linked in my code somewhere. There we are, this one. We can put that in the chat for those who are interested. But there's a padding matched if and only if something is true. Support bit rates. Sampled data. I think there's a better explanation in a different link. Wait. Let me get a different link here. What about that one? Take a look. Size data. No, that's not helpful. This one. Or this one. I'll put it in the chat as well. For those who want to follow along. I would share my browser, but honestly at this point. So the data chunk. If the number of samples is odd, so if the chunk size is odd, so let's take a look at that. If chunk size is odd, This is an odd chunk size. Expect chunk to segment. Alright, we'll try that. I'll bet that's what we get. This is an odd chunk size. Expect the next chunk to segfault. Yep, that's the one. So, all we have to do is we add 1 to the chunk size. Because it's always going to have a 0 padded byte. Chunk size plus equals 1. Yep. Or we can make this completely non-branching. We can do fun things like chunk size plus equals, boom, non-branching. Is a 0 padded byte applied. Yeah, so what's happening was, close some tabs here. What was happening was this. The data chunk has a certain size to it. And if it's odd, the format specifies we have to have a 0 byte implied. In other words, the size of this data chunk must be even. However, that's not included in the chunk size, which is always fun. So what we have to do is add 1 more byte to our chunk size so that it doesn't think that there's another chunk after, because we're not past the end of the file. And then it starts at 0, and then it reads that 1 0 byte plus 3 other junk bytes. And then it gets a chunk size from the 4 bytes outside of that. So we're now 7 bytes outside of the buffer that we're reading just trash memory. Nobody knows what that memory is. And we're getting huge negative numbers. Why putting this print statement in suppresses that error? I don't know, but this should just fix it. We should not see this error happen anymore. All right, let's try it. That should just fix it. Hey, it succeeded. All the sounds are embedded. Cool. That was a small detour. Like I said, we don't have like a full wave file format support yet. We're literally only supporting 16-bit PCM at 44,100 hertz and literally nothing else. So the fact that there was one sample that had 1 odd 0 byte in the data chunk is not very good. While we're waiting for that to build, I guess I could show you what I'm looking at in my browser. With a good old-fashioned share the whole screen, and boom. So here's the wiki. This one is actually the one that specifies for me that the data chunk has a padding byte if the number of bytes in the chunk size for data is odd. I assumed that all of my data would be even sampled, but since it's 16-bit pre-PCM, that actually seems a little odd to me that I would get any odd byte counts. The 16-bit PCM is 2 bytes wide. Oh well. So that should fix it. How's our compile looking? Looks like it's finished. Let's go back to regular old Emacs mode. There we go. Okay. So the other thing we want to do is in the about scene, We want a whole bunch of sounds. We don't want just the clicking. Sound in underscore recorded sounds. I've got sounds not text. 16 sounds, 15 sounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. Right? 15? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16. 16 sounds. Yeah, because I have to add one for this. Okay. We're going to just grab all those. Oh, okay. We have to make some changes. So we can't declare an array of those. It's fine. This is something I wanted to do anyways. Let's update our sound class a little bit. I want to be able to set the waveform, the tone. So in set tone, it's a float frequency, and duration we have as a double. Okay, so just a little shorthand. And I want to add a private function for init sound. Void init sound. Okay, so sound.cpp. I was putting off doing this, but my constructors have a lot of duplicate stuff. So by default, we're just going to do things like set duration of -1. We are not getting any PCM data or sound index. Negative. This will be null. Sample count will be 0 because we don't have any PCM data. We'll start with a, yep, everything. Okay, well, that's fine. Now, in our constructor, we don't actually need most of this. We just say it's sound. Then we get the sound index with the PCM data. The sound sample offset will already be set. The duration is already set based on the fact that we loaded this data. Okay, so that's good. That simplifies this one. This one we likely simplified quite a lot as well. Oh, well, this one is all of that, so that's great. So we init sound, then we reset. So this is the basic, simplest constructor. The other one we want to get is this one. Should be pretty simple. Sound. Sound. Reset. Okay. And instead, we set waveform to waveform. Set frequency. Or set tone to that frequency. Set duration to the duration. And by default, I want the duration to be negative, which means play forever until stopped. Which means in about scene, these sounds, I'll get a waveform, a volume, and the duration is by default -0. We can do something very similar with our test sounds. So this was testing I did for waveforms I generated, like sine wave, square wave, triangle wave, sawtooth wave. But we're trying to get from generated sounds to what sounds? What are they called? Recorded. That's not good. There we go. Recorded sounds. Okay. Sounds. Which could be recorded sounds. Okay. So each of these is going to have a volume set. And I shouldn't have to set the waveform. Word sounds. Oh, the other thing I have to do. Set file t jar star sound name. Which will come after volume. And will be very much like this one. So we'll set the waveform. Oops, have to go do something. Sound waveform, because we're telling it this is loaded data. Okay. Now we go back to about scene. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Put in those. List all the files in assets sound start.lav. Boom. Okay. I need more than 9. We need 10, 11, 12, 16, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. All right, and then we go. Boom. And that's all the sounds except pop char. Huh. So we only need 15, I guess. All right. That's easy to fix. 15. Okay. So before I was using spacebar to play the sound, so that's going to go away. That's going to become something like this. M underscore recorded sounds. Something like that. Except think we can be more efficient. Is that true? Nah, we'll just do it. That's fine. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So close. 14. B, C, D, E, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O. One more small change. Sound. Okay. Oh, nope, I stepped my macro somewhere. So close. And how are things going in the chat? Nothing's going on in the chat. Okay. So, say backwards. Oops. Log note playing B S. Name. Boom. There we go. Okay. All right. Now we should be able to test a whole bunch of different sounds all at once, or as needed. One thing we'll probably want to do is print some more information when we load up the sound about its duration. But we have time. Nothing but time. Oh, I was going to get up and do something. Something useful. Drink some water. Do some calisthenics. Very light calisthenics. Oh no, it says it's a little typo. Used parameter sound. Oh, it's busy. Okay, that should fix that. About scene builds. Oh, M click. Got to do all the M clicks. Relate. precious. Assertion failed. Warehouse line 26. Oh, I know what happened. Alright. Easy to fix. These are the file names, not what I embedded them as, so. I'm trying to look up this name in the data store instead of this name. So that's easy to fix. Let's do that. F3, search for a quote, search for another quote, delete everything there. Come over here, find the first space. Here, paste it. Get ready for the next one. There we go. Boom. Chime, click, 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 click. Error, 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 error. Win, win, whoosh. File that. Now we should be loading the names from the sound library, sound warehouse. Boom. Okay, so in theory, if I hit A, I should get a beep. And it's not happy about that, okay? That click is no good. Chime actually sounded pretty good. M. H. I. J. K. L. N. O. Okay, those were very quiet. The recorded sounds are quieter than the generated waveforms, which we might as well go with those while we're at it. Let's go in here. So the generated waveforms, right now it's a sine wave, and I can hit any of the number keys to play a note. So, and while I'm pulling it down, it'll play forever. So that's a C4. There's a major C chord. We can add the full chord, make it a seventh, all that jazz. So as fun as that is, like playing a piano, if you're into that sort of thing. But that beep is a little better. That click is terrible. Okay, those are our sounds. They aren't playing a second time. I thought we had this fixed yesterday. Did I move something again? Back to 7. Waveform is not in the sound index thing. Okay, so one thing. Set the file. Oh. Okay. There actually is something important that happens here. Let's do with duration. Okay, so I get my PCM data. It's 16-bit PCM, and I have a number of samples, which is left channel, right channel. So it's the byte size divided by 2. The duration is going to be the PCM sample count divided by something useful here. There we go. The sample rate. And it won't just be the sample count because that is left and right channel. It'll be half of the sample count is the number of samples to play. One to the left here, one to the right here. Hopefully that fixes it. So if I hit, okay, so it's not stopping. Oh, it did. Wait a second. There's a beep. Hit A again, it doesn't beep again. Chime did. The chime played again. A is just not playing again. Okay, interesting. C is very, very short. D is very short. E is not playing again. F. So what's different about B? J, K, L. Oh, it will play again. Some of these will. A is not. N only played once. Whoosh 2 seems to be doing okay. Alright. So then the question is, when are these sounds being terminated? Well, I can tell you, since it's a recorded sound, what we're waiting for is for the number of computed maximum samples to playback is greater than 0, and if we've played more than that number of samples. So if the max samples is 0 or less, it'll play forever. It'll just keep going with the return code PA continue. Which means, am I calculating max samples and keeping track of sample count, right? So when we set file, we would like to know about that stuff. So let's go to set duration, and it computes max samples. Simulated dot seconds. The samples 0.6 F seconds. So that's the maximum samples samples divided by sound sample rate. All right. Of course, these are both integers, so we can't one to a double. And off we go. Okay. Invalid operand of types double and oh, I see. That makes more sense. Okay. Huh. Well, that's odd. If I set the file name, it should have the number of samples. So that would explain why chime 1 is always able to play again, right? So that's B, I think. 1, 2. If I wait for 2 seconds. Same with whatever win wave 2. So O should play over and over again. Yeah. So M. Yep. Yep. And N. 1, 2. Oh, interesting. That's whoosh 1. Lem and O M L. L's the one. Win 1 should play over and over again. Okay. However, I don't think I'm printing the right thing there. Okay. Set file. If we get the index, we get the PCM data, just the data buffer, sample count. Oh, it's integers again. I got it. Integer math. Okay. That should help a lot. Okay. Take a look. Okay, now we've got regular looking numbers. Okay, the chime is really long. Okay, so one thing I want to do, let's see here, let's get, I want to look at one of these files in Audacity. Okay. Can I share this window? I gotta go fiddle with OBS a little bit here. Add window capture. Audacity. Of course, it's going to be weird about it. That text I can't. I tricked it into picking up before. Get the audacity when we show up here. We delete it from the scene. There it is. Okay, now we have an audacity. Cool. So I'm just going to open one of my files in here, and I want the chime one. Audacity. Okay. Chime one, which was chime reveal. Is the file name. This go on for a long time, doesn't it? It is almost 3 seconds worth. Good heavens. So that time does look correct. Okay. Alright, well. C D G. Not gonna be too annoying, that one. I don't like that. E. See, D, I'm getting that weird after click. So D is click 2. 2 is click natural. Which is very short. There's a weird after click. So if I delete that, this thing is, here's a half second, here's an eighth of a second, which click 2, yeah, less than a quarter of a second. Click 2. Huh. C also has that weird after click. Or why? Oh, but anyways, I'm gonna do something healthy here. Something. going on mute. I'll be right back. Okay, and we're back. All right, so not bad. today. And then 2.5 quarts of water so far, which is not bad. Make those clicks louder. Okay. 2.5 quarts of water drunk today. Did 2 rounds of calisthenics so far today. Feeling pretty good. Slowly working out a diet. My wife's got me on a keto diet or something. So we shall see if that helps. I've spent most of my career sacrificing my health for working, 80, 100, 60, 80, 100-hour work weeks. And that's not been good for my health, so let's see if we can get that fixed. Okay, so it's a beep, a chime. That click is still really quiet, and there's that weird after click, which I don't hear from other sounds. Oh, there is an after click in the beep. That's not good. Yeah, there's a weird after click. Where's that weird after click coming from? Inquiring minds would like to know. Maybe. If. Oh. How do I really call it sound sample offset? We should change that. That's terrible. PCM sample offset. There we go. There. That makes me feel a little happier. So we're getting our left data. These are interleaved. So take our sample offset in our PCM data. Or if we're past the end of the PCM data, just take a 0. So that 0 should not click. There should be no click there. fact, we can maybe simplify this code a little bit. Left value equals make it a little bit easier to read. If we have a sample file, PCM binary data, and if we're still within the sample size, get the data, Otherwise, it defaults to 0 every single time through the loop, so that should be fine. And if our max samples is exceeded by the number of samples written, so that's different than the PCM sample counter. So if the number of samples written is more than the number of max samples, then it just keeps writing 0. Yes. Where's that weird after click coming from? I don't think it's as bad. Make sure our change didn't break anything. It shouldn't have. Oh, permission denied because it's running. Okay. All right, here's one thing I want to know. When the sound ends, so this will only be called when it runs out of data. And I should see exactly when it ends. If that correlates exactly with that extra click, if there's something weird at the end of that buffer. If it's after, then I don't know what that means. So I think there was the click. There's that weird click. It's almost like it's twice as long as the sound. So the chime, which runs out for, gosh, almost 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. So it is at the end of the sound buffer. What about win 1? What's that like? H. Win 2 L is 2.2 seconds. So 1, 2. There's a weird click. Okay. So it is exactly at the end. There's nothing weird going on. I don't think I have to zero the output before. We tried that to get rid of the double click, the weird click. Okay, so question. What's my question? Left value, right value. Why is it clicking? Is it time to turn to Google? Usually I can figure these things out on my own. Audio. Click end of sound. Port audio tips, clicking noises. Okay. Stack Overflow. It's just the result of the audio being abruptly stopped. No. See, because some of my sounds are actually attenuated all the way down to 0 by the end anyway, so this click is not that. Discontinuity in audio data, dropout. If you change volume suddenly. I'm wondering. That's not helpful. Not helpful. Looking at forums, not doing anything too terribly interesting right now, so if you have any questions, comments, concerns, let me know. Create fades on clip edges. Find a waveform. See, but a lot of these things are, my signals are definitely attenuated. Audacity. Okay. Because the way it sounds is not what they're describing in any of these forum posts. So, here's what I'm going to do. If when do sample count equals data max samples minus 1. So if this is the last sample of the whole buffer, a lot of these sounds are darn near 0. So zero, 6, F. That opposite plus 1. So basically the last 0.6. Two frames. If we don't see these, it means that the number of samples is not a multiple of our buffer size, which means it won't ever come in here, and these should be 0. Why don't we put this right here, actually? Equals left value, right value. Okay. Let's see what that does. Go to our test scene, and we're interested in something a little long running. Whoa. And that's all zeros though, so why did it click? That's a erg. It's actually a lot more printouts than I would have liked. Oh, I know why. I know why. Okay. It doesn't really matter. We can just say equal to that minus 1. Okay. Okay, so this is the last thing written. Because we have to go over the full frames per buffer. A frame is 1 left, right. There's 256. So it should go through all of those. No, that's copy paste code. I don't post decrement unless I made it. I prefer the pre-increment. It's per buffer. One other thing. Index. Oh, I'm not using the word index here. It's equal to frames per buffer minus 1. In other words, I want to know what that index is. Cannot open that. Okay. that is ooh, very bizarre. What are these? What are these indices? Indices. Click one button, one time. It's our playing a lot of junk. What is that frame index? All zero. Okay. That should help. But yeah, no, that's maybe okay. Oh, audio. We're so close. Huh. Is it? No. Huh. Input buffer. I don't have one. The output buffer. Frames per buffer. Time info status flags. Using those right now, user data. For index equals 0 to frames per buffer, which is 256. Increment the index. Or fill the buffer. Oh, wow. I clicked the button one time, so what is it doing? What is it doing? I should see end frame last value. Oh, I want some. Okay, makes more sense. Okay. Basically, it takes this many buffers to play the whole sound. Okay, so as long as it's all end frame, that doesn't hurt my feelings too bad. But that's still too much output. We can simplify this output a little bit. Like this. Only in the last frame, in the last buffer full, do we log the frame. There are some other things I would like to do. Let's do this. And after seconds, we're going to take time minus data 0.2 start time plus data point to elapsed time. Just a little more information for our purposes. Little. Oh, interesting. It ended at 2949 instead of 2922. Okay. All right. Just the last value written.
I'm turning it off.
Of that.
Mom said why she's your nursing.
Boys.
Dad.
Boys. Owen. Shh. This break is only for the switch. It won't break out of the loop. This value is there. So out of curiosity, calculator. I'm going to subtract the playtime from the expected playtime. That is this many seconds at 44100 hertz. Equals 782 samples. So it overplayed my audio by 800 samples almost. My audio recording was only that long. I would expect to fill a buffer to zero. To zero fill the buffer after this. All right, this is my last buffer. All right, my last value from the data that I've captured. And then I would expect to fill in the other 220 some samples with zero. That would be 220 something samples, not 780 samples. That means it's filled another buffer 2 times over. 256, 512, and more. Yeah. 256 samples per buffer equals 3 copy buffers. Three more buffers. Huh. That tick at the end, by visual inspection, could easily be 17 milliseconds, and I wouldn't be able to see that with the human eye. But buffers after the end. Because the overplay time, in the worst case, is 256 divided by samples per buffer, which times 44100. Right? 256 over 00 hertz. I'm seeing that's if the first sample of the last buffer is the end of my data, and I fill 255 more samples with zeros, I should only overplay my recorded audio time by 6 thousandths, not 17, 18 thousandths. Right? So this is 6 thousandths of a second overplay in the worst case, because I do have to fill that buffer. This is 18. That's 3 times worse, which is exactly like I said, 3 more buffers. Those should be filled with zeros anyway. So I'm not sure where this last little click is coming from. Worst case, ideally is one last buffer full of zeros. It should be about 6 milliseconds. So in our run, we saw the last buffer, last sample was written out in the 31st sample of the buffer, 32nd. 32nd sample, and then it fills the rest of the buffer. So I expect the overplay to be under 6 milliseconds. Is this a threading thing? Did port audio create a thread? And so it keeps requesting data before it needs it? I suppose that's possible. Okay. A couple of things we can try. Or if there's just 12 milliseconds of delay based on buffer filling. Don't like that idea. So what if I put a variable inside my sound data struct to say once we hit this last value, log more information, which we can do. And then add some more logs in different places in the process. All right, let's try it. Oh, why is it so hard? Debugging audio is not my favorite. It's got to be done. If I do this right, I won't ever have to touch audio again. Set my timer. I'm trying to be healthier, so setting my timer in an hour. Get up and do something. All right. This is getting ugly. That's okay. Debug log enabled. Sure. Put that in reset. This one equals false. When we play our last sample, set debug logging to true. Now, if debug log enabled, so in other words, we've filled the last buffer. Buffer filled. So if I see last value left, last value right, then I should see this one time. But we're predicting we'll see it 3 times. Does that make sense? Not that it's just latency and not filling that buffer more times than I need. Do a clean build at this point. Random changes. Time to get a good clean and run. This is one of the problems with using somebody's library. Time for some mate while we wait for our build. If I drink this thermos full, it will be 3 quarts of water. Pretty good. Very muggy here today. It's not hot, just muggy. And chewing gum instead of eating candy always makes me a little sad. Over here, play the chime. Huh. Okay. So it's just latency. It's just system latency. So I start the timer when I say play. It does have to at least grab the first buffer, which is at least 6 milliseconds worth of data. This time is even worse though, 95, 6, 93. 2. It's like 24 milliseconds longer. Hmm. Oh. That too. Do a full clean build. Haven't done anything interesting. Mm-hmm. Run it. And add X. An extra 30 milliseconds. But it's only the last buffer. That's the last buffer. So it doesn't fill another buffer. And that buffer ends in zeros. Oh, does it? Oh, we can test that. Debug log enabled. We'll change the order a little bit. There we go. Middle left. Middle right. Oh, yeah. Close that before we compile. Can't write to an executable while it's running. That makes sense. Okay. We get the last value from our file. It's on frame 31. Frame number 32 at index 31. And it's all zeros. After that, we literally just fill the whole thing up down to 255. Because our frame size is 256. Yeah, so index 255 is the last one. That's all zeros. Buffer filled. Then the sound ends. But still hearing that click. Small click. Is there a small click? I don't like this small click. Arg. Am I wasting my time trying to fix this small click? Can anybody else hear it, or is it just me? Maybe I'm losing my mind. I can hear a small click out of my ear. Now, I plan to have my sister compose some background music for the game. So maybe if that's going, nobody will hear. Maybe. Am I the only one that can hear that small click at the end when it says, right when it logs end? Okay, possibility 1. I'm just hearing things, or my microphone, my headphones are clicking at the end, or Okay. Why don't we just change text for a little while instead of trying to fix the click? We're just gonna put sounds in the actual game instead of in the about scene for debugging. And I will comment out my logging for now. Leave the debug log enabled. About scene. About scene. All that can stay there. Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do then. I decide which I'm gonna like best. Fill this so we don't get all the weird log messages. And personally, let's see here. I'm thinking chime 1 as you got the word right. Maybe click 2. Click 2. So let me write these down. Click 2.lab. Obvious things. I like chime 1 for you've got the word right. Okay. Maybe error 4. So you can enter double letters and things. Let's go. So error 4 is K. H. So maybe error 2 for you lose. Right. J. I think win 1 or win 2, either one would work fine for you winning. Try that. I have a couple of whooshes. Maybe we play whoosh on scene load. Yeah, maybe we do whoosh 2 for scene load. Oh no, for next. Okay. Don't need this anymore for now. Okay. Here's the game scene. Let's just plug in the sounds, see how bad it is. How are things in the chat? Okay. Oh, Clear guess. We can use which one to clear the guess. Okay. How many sounds do I really need? I don't need that many sound objects if I want to just load each sound as it's happening. No, I'll just make a separate sound for each one. Okay. Game scene. Let's make some sounds. Oh, M click, yeah. Solemn sound. Rule sound. User sound. Enter sound. Here, yes. Next level sound. Okay. Boom. Game scene. There's my click right there. Boom. Okay. Okay, now check my phone here just a moment. Gotta mute. Never mind, somebody beat me to it. So okay, cool. Sounds are in and loaded. We would like to set some volumes, and we may not even agree what those sounds are. And I'm not going to put in that pause. I think the sound itself should not require me to have an extra pause in there. We will try that. Let's set some volumes. I probably want to set the volume for each sound differently. Like the click almost always wants to be louder than these other ones. Be okay. That's fine. Sound and the whoosh. Yeah, we'll see how all that sounds. Okay, let's see where else we want to play a sound. So we've got the click figured out. Where it goes, solved. Let's go with the next. I want to know where it's called. There we go. The underscore winner sound. This is the loser sound I played. This is actually winner sound. So for now, if you're in marathon mode, when you lose, unless you surrender, you are a winner. Okay. I don't recognize the guess. M underscore broken rule sound. As does this one. Not recognizing rule, submitting a 5-letter word. Show message. Oh, that's a loser sound right there. You cannot enter a duplicate letter, so this is a broken rule. You cannot enter more than 5 letters, that's a broken rule. Congratulations, means you win. Oh, here's the next level. This is the one I want. Underscore next level sound. Level sound play. User winner broken. That's most of it. All right, let's see how that's coming out. All right. While we're waiting for that to pile. Just holding a static squat for a minute and 45 seconds. See how that goes. Trying to get better habits here. Oh. Okay. That makes sense. What? Oh, yeah, missing comma. Try it again. Duration is not being used. That is correct. Okay. It is clicking, but it's doing the weird double click. Oh. Trying to make a double letter. Can't submit a short word. Can't enter more than 5 letters. XYZ AS is not a word. Recognize it. So that's an okay sound, and that volume isn't too bad as far as I can tell. And Scott's done. Okay, okay. The clicks are driving me crazy. There's that click. Huh. Your guess, I'm not hearing any noise, so that's unfortunate. If we hit escape, clear the last gas. Clear the gas. I never put it in there. Okay. Okay, so we've got the click sound, and that sounds terrible. We have the solve, we have the broken rule sound, and that actually is pretty okay. I have not done loser. Let's go do, well, let's do waste, rhinos, lines. We'll copy the deduction spaces. Eventually, these will be like little icons of notebooks. You can copy and move things around. Maybe we should do CED. Oh, we can do that. And so let's go with C and E, but not D. Ugh. Oh, that's okay. Let's clear it. Remove ultra. Knock all those letters. Copy, copy, copy. 2. C, E, not D. C, not E, D. Not C, D, E. Okay. So we have prime, toads, demon. Remove that. That's all consistent. So let's go with cones. Okay, that is the correct word. Oh. Okay. Anagram here. Maybe it's a word I haven't heard of. Or well, here. Onces. Oh, that's a quit sound, all right. Let's see if we can deduce one. Okay, so let's out. All right. Now, LRA, okay. E or D. Therefore, O is in, and I, And that creates a contradiction, so it can't be that. That can't be D or I. Unless I did that wrong. It's LRA. Yeah, so not A. Nope, not do that. Okay. Punches out. E or D. So O is in. I is in. E is out. D is in. That's a contradiction. So it's all gone. Alright. Next one. C, E, D are out. That's a contradiction because proud is in. So it has to be A and R. H, I, P. Okay. Let me think. Um, lines. A, D. Okay, that does help. N is in. O is out. It's in. E is out. D is in. Except that's not correct. A or R. A, R, not L. Outlines. A, T, C, H. N is in. D or E, so not O. Therefore, I is in. E is out. D is in. There. 2, 3, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 2, 2. Okay, that's consistent. With. Oh, okay. If you guess right, I don't want the 5 clicks. We should fix that. Okay. Solved sound. If it's not the selected word, then we play this stuff. Okay. Oh, stray thinking game. Fat finger to key. Okay. Alright, a couple of good ones we can work through. TR, not A. Okay. None of those can be it. That can't be it. E and S must be in. M must be out. And there's my last letter. If this deduction is correct. E or D is not M or N. No D or S. I and E are in. T is out. B or Y. Interesting. E is in. N is out. I is out. S is in. 2, 1, 1, 2. That does seem to be consistent. Wow. 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. Oh, so this one is invalid. Hear that. 2, 2, 1, 3. Okay, so this one is also invalid. This one. Let's go with Bears. Is B. Whatever. There is a bug. Saber. Okay. So ding 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 ding. Then rouge. Next level 7. Solved sound next level. Okay. We want an action sequence here. Copy this as an example. Take a sequence. Place sound, the address of solved sound. Sequence to 3 things it needs to do. It's to set immediate. And we just need to pass in a lambda, which does nothing except call next level. We didn't capture this. Game level. And we set play sound. That. We don't pick the last one. Okay. Let's try that. So it'll go ding, then snap everything to the next level. And then play the next level sound. Just, oh, I didn't try sneaking word either. Okay. Here we go. Sprint play. Okay. Ah, right. Laced. Wow, there's not much information here. BD gives me EAD. information. Logs LOS. Not as helpful as one might hope. I or N. Must have one. Okay. About. OLS only has one. OLS only has one, so P can't be another one. Which means we have prime solved. Rhino goes away, demon goes away, LS. U goes away, LT goes away, C is in, and S is in. 1, 2, 2, 1, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0. Yeah. Works. Scrims. Oh, scrim. Here we go. Well, that didn't quite work as behaved. I played the do-do-do, you got the right word, and then whoosh, but we're not on level 2, and didn't change the guesses. Set immediate. How do I feel about that? Definitely played the sound, definitely did the thing. I don't know. I'm gonna use a restroom and then get back into Immediate did not. Next level. Okay. Scram quick. Okay. Now what are we going to do? We want to solve a word. We could cheat. Do we want to cheat? Or we can go through. Okay. This one's all in, that one's out, that one's in. Those are out. B or Y, therefore. But it didn't actually run next level. It failed to execute next level. Okay, well, we're gonna do that. And we're gonna use std bind. Let's see your game scene. Do I have functional? Let's see here. What else do I use it? Address of next level. It's oh. Is it? Maybe that's my problem. Either way, the bind still is probably the right answer. Okay. Sprint mode play. Okay. Let's go with LINS. 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 Okay. If this guess is correct, that's already invalid because proud can't have 0 letters. AC goes away. T goes away. U and R would be in. 2, 1, 3, 2. Okay. Oh, interesting. No B, no Y. So it's F or G. Surf. Oh dear. Wait. It doesn't matter how many guesses I use. Oh, furls. There we go. Except for that stupid click still happens, but it worked. Okay. So I put sounds in. And we can add more sounds if we need to. We have embedded audio recordings. We have added audio cues to various game actions. About a tick at the end of a sound. Enable to get rid of it. About an end of buffer contains all zeros after the last sample. Let's add a note to ourselves. Tech fix audio click. End of recorded sounds. Okay. Probably just call that a win for now. We just add everything. Yeah, that should be fine. Embedded assets directory. Sounds play. Some interactions. Have sounds. Problem with sounds. Ending with a click. Still pretty sad. Okay. Let's go take a look at our lines of code. I bet those sound files gotten quite large. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Woohoo! 110,000 lines, and 84,000 lines of that are sounds. Awesome. Almost 10,000 from images, almost 7,000 from font warehouse. Yeah, metadata puts that information right in your code. Now, we will do a cleanup pass and make things smaller eventually. I also want to know, so let's see here. One thing we've been doing is just running in what's it called? We're just running in debug mode. So, one thing we're going to do, we're going to do a clean and a release build. One thing we want to look at a couple of things. So we're blowing away all the assets that were built with debug mode. Release mode. Input. I could suppress that warning if I wanted to. Is it worth it? Just a void cast. things I want to see. So going back up to the directory, we're going to look at source bin builds release. I want to see how big my executable is now. Adding all those sounds makes it almost 8 megabytes, which it was 5.5 megabytes before. Now, we're only using maybe 5 or 6, about half of those sounds, and some of those are bigger sounds that we would be able to get rid of. So we can bring that size down quite a bit. We can get rid of even more if we used a ULA encoding instead of a 16-bit PCM. I would cut it in half. Get rid of the extra sounds. That's sort of looking at probably a quarter of what we added. So instead of 8 from 5.5, it's 2.5 megabytes we added. We'd probably only be adding 1/4 down to 5/8 of a megabyte in audio right now. So that's not too bad. Maybe. Do I just get rid of the ones I'm not using? And this line count here can be made much better. Well, maybe not much better. It'll shrink the size of this. And I have some techniques to bring that line count down as well that I have not applied. It's in my list of things to do. So 8 megabyte executable with all of the data embedded to run it. That's not bad. I don't want this to balloon down, hundreds of megabytes. I think I can probably get all the art, audio, and font data in and still keep it in the double digits for disk space. I see no reason to go to 100 megabytes for this game. Maybe I'll reevaluate, but that's what I think. Okay, next step. We're going to run the release version. And what we're going to care about here is our frame speed. We're looking for spikes or dips. I have it running a windowed average, so it's a slight delay. Okay. Those 3 are all in. That one is done. And S is in. Means, mains, hey. And boom. Should have been paying more attention to the FPS while it swapped over the level. Okay, there's the 4 letters we knew about. BD has nothing new for us. Logs does, so it's everything except for F or G. Paged. Hey, it's right. Yeah, my FPS didn't do too much there. So it seems like we're very stable at 2,000 frames per second. That's the other thing. I don't want this to get dragged down slow. Like, I've already done a good amount of work on the renderer, which is a very simplistic one, but even then, just batching your tries correctly, I probably could be a lot more efficient with some texture handling, but I'm not using a lot of textures right now. It's all font rendered. So, but I did do a fair amount of work on making the font rendering reasonably fast. So, oh, interesting. Way. some things we can deduce from here, or at least take for test drive. OAD. Let's do OAD. 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 So. R is in, L is out, C or E, E or N, I or E. This actually doesn't give me enough information to make more deductions. Oh well. CHI. Not helpful. Let's see what this one gives me. No E, no N. LI would be in. R would be out. C would be out. H would be out, which is a contradiction. So I can't have that one. R would be in. L would be out. C, E would be out. I would be in. N would be in. No H. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2. Okay. So that's a possibility. Train. Okay. Nadir. Hey, it's the right word. Yeah, that's great for a second. We seem rock solid. Performance seems good. We're still getting the clicks at the end of the sounds even in release mode, so it's not an optimization problem. Oi. Welcome back. 2 days in a row. E como você está? Yeah. Good, good. Glad to hear it. Did you find a better avocado today? All right. Bites. There we go. And you, I am good. Good. We fought the sounds for a while at the beginning. We still have an annoying click at the end of each sound. I assume I'm doing something wrong. I don't know what it is though. And then we're testing to see how much code was added. So you can see we added 84,000 lines of embedded audio data. I can get rid of about half those sounds. We're not using them yet, or maybe we won't use them at all. And if we go with a MULA encoding instead of a 16-bit PCM encoding, that'll cut that down in half again. So I'm probably really looking at about 2,000 lines of audio data right now, of if I want to get serious about fixing the sizes. So yeah, we're putting things together. It's getting there. I thought this would be done to this degree yesterday, but we keep getting that weird secondary click at the end of the sound. You hear double click? It's just me. Copy the deduction workspaces. H and O, H and O, H and O. We got the 3 possible combos from Rhino. And we'll just see where the logic leads us. Those all go away, those go in. S is out. Okay. Let's go over to. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. copy 3. AH and O, so it's AH. I'm gonna copy that from H and O. So where did the A? H and O, so it's H O, not N. There. So those two would be in. It's out. U is out. C is out. A is out. T is in. And BD picks up 1. Alright, in here, no D, no U, L or C, therefore A can't be in, therefore BY would also have the extra letter. So, everything but O, that's not a good idea. Nope. NO. Did that definitely wrong. No H. No UD. LS. Pretty sure the A was out, and I don't remember why. But since I'm reversing this, click the wrong button. Should be fine. C. Oh, it has to be L and T and not C. And not. And S would be in. It cannot be anything except B or Y. And it has to be Y. And this one. It's not K. Oh no. Snafu. Wow, none of those were close. Could I have got there? Let's clear this. Snafu could I have got there? Prime? Oh, okay. Ultra Demon. We went with. Oh. That's my problem. I was doing the logic as though this one were a 2. Anyway. There we go. Alright. So, our executable is 8 megabytes. That's the other thing we're looking at. It's a little less than 8 megabytes. It was 5.5 before embedding all those sounds. But again, if I'm embedding almost a quarter of the sound data, then that's not too bad. I'm trying to keep the executable size pretty small, but I will embed what I have to embed, just no more than that. So we can do a couple things from here. You could do new law, encoding, encoded sound. We could work on animation, so we'd be able to move things around or change the colors over time instead of snapping them. Like the guess word would jump down to the spot instead of just appearing down there. We do want to get better buttons eventually, so maybe we want to do some kind of sprite sheet. So many options. What do I want to work on? Yeah, a bunch of animations I think would be useful. We could do some crappy programmer art. Right now you can't see what's going on. Go back to the game. So the idea is this is a bookshelf with 20 shelves on it, and then the guest goes above it. So this is sitting on top of the bookshelf. And then this would be a blackboard here. Maybe the blackboard would extend it, cover these buttons, and those buttons would turn into like chalk drawings instead of bad color polygon models. This would all be chalkboard, and then there would be like a teacher's desk here with the notebooks on it. The surrender would probably be a button up here as well. And this would be a big school banner, and when there's an error, that would like come down from the top as like a banner. So, crappy programmer art time, maybe? Crappy programmer art time. Yeah, maybe we do that. If that's the case, we want to look at certain things. Actually, let's bring this back up. So we want in the game scene, after we've loaded everything up, we want to log positions of things. Right now my window is 1024 by 768. And I've decided that because this is a one-man show, we will maintain that aspect ratio on all sizes. So whatever I end up designing will be scalable in the same aspect ratio. Okay. Augment. Frame size. Renderer dot width. Frame height. Okay. Now the yes. We use this rectangle. So here's one question. Does my text renderer let me get the rectangle? There it is, bounding rect. Good. So I can just get that. Current, yes. Is at a position and is a width and a height. Yes, dot bounding rect. I think those members private or not. Nope. X, Y, width, height. Public. Cool. It's a constant reference. So we're going to print out some data. X, R dot Y, R dot width, R dot height. Go to the journal, log this. That's something we're starting to work on. Gas, the bookshelf. Yep, as the guess count goes down, we're going to fill the bookshelf with books. The blackboard, desk with notebooks. Okay. Error banner. Okay. Okay, so the current guess, we know it's looking. The first guess and the last guess will be on opposite corners, so we can get their rectangles similarly. So r equals m underscore guesses text dot 0 dot w. Should know the spacing as well. Oh well. 19. Okay. Those are the guesses. Plan. Spacing. Spacing. Okay. We could take dot y 0. So if we take the bottom of this rectangle, actually I think I have a function for that. Yeah. Cool. So we get the bottom minus this thing's top. Spacing. Get h spacing the same way we use. Wait a second. 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So 3 is going to be on that side. So we'll take 0 dot 3 dot left minus this thing on the right. I'll leave the H spacing first, then B spacing. That should tell us everything we need to know about the bookshelf layout. Okay, let's try that. Oh, we're building a release. Yes. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's release build. Not the debug build. Here we go. Ooh. Oh. Set file. I'm still logging out that stuff. Anyway. That's still being logged out. I'll delete that line. It did. Oh. Okay. Compilation's not done. It's running an old version. Should let it finish. Let's just go. There we go. All right. We are getting there. Boom. Frame size. No, that's not right. Oh, I'm setting the window size to 1028 by 764. So that's unfortunate. Oh, but you know where all this goes. I want the frame size to be set. Render size. I'm setting window size. There are times that you want to have window size, and there are times you want your render area size to be a particular number. Okay, well, I'll have to go debug that sometime. Let's do that. Let's go to journal. Set no area. Um, bug, a bug which is used not green. I don't remember the exact sequence that got me that. Um, that's the thing we'll have to fix eventually. Okay. Okay. Guess spacing. Oh, that's odd. Current guess, first guess, last guess. Frame size. That spacing is wrong. Is it? Maybe it's not. Maybe probably is. That's eighth plus spacing. It's 10. Zero, 1, 2, 3. Bottom of 3 minus the top of 0 should give me my vertical spacing. Alright, so here's a question. That was implemented right. Top is just y, the bottom is y plus height. X and x plus width. Huh. So that's correct. One. Yet it thinks that's the case. I can see that the x has an offset. Let's guess text 0. That is guess text 1. Guess text 0, 1, 2. So 2 is above 1. I take the bottom of 2, which is its y plus its height. There's some spacing, and then the top of 0, which is exactly what that looks like to me. Vertical spacing. Say negative. I have everything inverted y, so it should be unless that's not how I laid it out. Each guess is at oh, so there is no x set. Because spacing and margin are the same. So it's either margin, so this far off the edge, or margin plus board width, plus the spacing. So I have to add some margin in there. Okay, that might help. Y offset is 20 plus equals height plus spacing. Okay. And the guess index is 19 minus index. So then the inverted y does make sense. Okay. So I'm stacked up. Alright, moving the scene. Okay, so the X spacing is 10 and the spacing is minus 10, which should be. Okay. So spacings are more or less correct. That's everything I need to know about the guesses. Okay, let's work on the alphabet. Alphabet spacing. Okay, let's go up. Shelf. Okay. Blackboard. Letters text. So sub-zero is alpha. Is A. 5. I want the two top ones. I want the two bottom ones in the deduction space. I think. we should update slightly. Program there. Stream info should be updated. Cool. Just run it. So it is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, the 7th letter. And then we have the deduction letters here. Underscore deduction letters. Deductions. Oh no, it is not that one. Okay. Deduced letters, that's what it is. Sub-0, and it's 7. There. Those are the 4 corners of things that we want in the blackboard. We might extend it to include buttons, but we'll see how that looks. I feel like there's too much space in between these, so maybe I don't need the full 250 width. I can even move that margin off a little bit. These 4 rectangles. Left letter. This will be R4. Right letter. Bottom left letter. And bottom right letter. Okay. R4 with R5. R4 with R6. R4 with R7. Okay. So that'll be Blackboard stuff. So okay. Okay, well, I think since we're trying to do this now, we actually need to change the layout of a few things. Spacing. Alright, word width. We don't need 250, I think. What if we do 225? That'll bring those words much closer together. Margin, then, I really want bigger. We may have to separate the horizontal and the vertical spacing to make this look okay. Well, let's just see what we can do. So we take these values, we'll fire up GIMP. Oops. Let me just see what we can do. I think well, I'll have to make sure GIMP is shared. Although we're getting close to time to quit, so let's see here. Let's see. Window capture. GIMP. It might not like that because the window name. Yeah, that's okay. This one. Okay. So we got GIMP. Okay. So GIMP. We're gonna make a new. It needs to have the size 1008. And 729. Okay. New layer, transparent. This one.
Yeah.
New layer. All right. Now, bookshelf. We want to come in like 5 centimeters. And then we want to come in somewhere below 20 because that's our margin. So maybe we should go to 15. What's some more values here? First guess is at, well, the last guess is at 170. That's the top of the last guess. The bottom of the first guess is 620 plus 40, that's 660. 660. Boom. Alright. And I guess we're going 10 pixels off. So 170. 70 is y. We're going to 155. 170. In 5, 10. So maybe it's just 160. 160. And this one can be taller. Okay. The X is 255. And we would like 10 pixels there. So 245. Okay. And that one will end at 255 plus 225. Which is 470, 480, 480. I'm gonna give it another one, 10 pixels off of that. 490. Okay. So each space is 225 by 40. Well, it's 40. 40 plus 10. So this one was at 660. Go to up 20. 40 plus 10 is 610. 610 minus 50 is 560. Five 560 is 510. Let's see here. Can I move this? That isn't 560. 510. 460. 410. 360. 260. 210. 210. 220. 320. 20. 620. Okay, so 1, 2. Oh my goodness. I'm cross-eyed here. Alright, so that's 260. 270. Well, that's kind of hard to look at here. Let's make this black background here. Okay. Where was I? We were at 360, 370. 70. This is the bookshelf. It'll go from here to here to here to here. And then we can fill that with, well, here, fill pattern. Pine. Oh, there we go. Make a nice wood color. Boom. Beautiful. Then we just cut out each of those areas. Each of these is where a guest will go, in theory. Six. Seven. Did we do something wrong here? Should it have been 490 up to 500? 500. Is that where that bookshelf should have been? I think so. If I try to just fill that rectangle with that texture, is that gonna misalign with textures? And secondly, do I care that much? Okay, so we get a rectangle. Drag it. Delete. 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 There we go. That is a bookshelf. Okay. Save it somewhere useful. Right, fine. Assets, images. Wait, that. Save. Right, so that's the bookshelf in place. The other thing we want is the blackboard. So the top left letter is at 510. to 810 plus 40, so 850. Doesn't actually feel like the right layout. Oh, maybe it is. Yeah, okay. And then 170 is the top of that top letter. So that's fine. Over here to 510 or 520. I really want to do that. Oh, shoot. I really want to move Blackboard over here. This one is 850, 840. The bottom of the is at 420 plus 40. So 460. That one, okay. So we should be able to get a rectangle from here to here to here to here down to 470. That's not a very big blackboard. Oh well. Fill. That's not right. Duplicate the layer, send it up. Call this the blackboard. There we go. And then we just delete everything inside of that. That's our blackboard area. Save. We're going to move the letters over a bit. Let's see. Offset, fine. X offset is 0. Equals word width plus spacing plus margin. I need to add that margin in. Okay, so that actually will add 20. If I do this right. All right. We're gonna move this one to 530 and this one to 520. Paste. New layer. Move it. Nope. I think that's that. Okay, let's just see how good we're lining things up or not. I need to export this as a PNG. Get that PNG, sure. Assets, images. So this should embed the image we just made into our executable, then we'll be able to use it. If files, there's playmat.png, that should be embedded now. Good. Now it's building. Everything clean and fresh since we've embedded more binary data. I don't want any weird compile linking issues because something isn't where it's expected in memory. Let's see. What time is it? Oh goodness. Almost time to call it quits. Let's see if we can get this in before I have to go. I'd like this to display, even if it's not great. Okay. First, let's make sure it runs. Okay, did not expect anything to show there. That's good. We need game scene. Text squad go. Put in the main menu scene. I used to have one. There it is. Fortunately, copy this general idea. Back. So I initialize it in there. That's good to know. See. We put it in after the sounds, maybe. Playmat. Playmat.png. Then I set the rectangle. Playmat.set rectangle equal to 0, rectangle 0, 0. Renderer.width. Frame width, right by there. Right here next to it. Render frame height. The only thing we really have to do then is render it in the renderer function. There's no real update to be done. I want it to be on the bottom, so I'll render it first. Wow, okay. And here's hoping. This works for color of the night. If it doesn't work, I'll be upset. Oh, it is. That's probably fine. A. What else? That's expected. That is easy. Just fix all the typos. Wanna, what was it Jonathan Blow would say? Want to succeed in the games industry? Whichever one you're doing. Fix your typos. I would like to get started in the games industry. I'd like to get paid to do this. Got a product or two to... Oh, there it is. Cool. Okay. All right. Now we're cooking. Now, it's still not right. Let's actually just go ahead and select some letters here. It's not as far off as I might have thought. And partly that's probably because I did change where that alphabet's laid out. The margin. Okay. I want a desk with some notebooks here. I gotta figure out what to do with all these buttons. They gotta go somewhere. And that banner. Okay, the background needs to be. Alright, so a little bit of goofiness still to fix here and there, but otherwise, that it's not half bad for an initial pass. Maybe I'll make this like a school banner, and then this will become a digital clock. Okay, we need to make that gray a little bit less black. Which color was I using for my clear color in game scene? Clear color 32, 32, 32. All right. So we're gonna go right here. This is actually not that bad. Paste the layer. Move over actually quite a bit. Okay. Anyway. Bucket. We're changing that black to where's hex? 32 is 20, 20, 20. And now fill. There. Now it's a gray. We can do things with that later. Like we can make an actual wall color there. We can make the blackboard be a not gray. Actually, maybe we do that. Maybe we make this part in here that gray in the blackboard. Let's merge down this one. Nope. Okay. Remove the background. I'm going to select this and then fill this with chalkboard gray. Okay. Shelf wood. Okay. Black layer. Bookshelf. Background. We will select all of this. Fill it with something that's not the same gray. Oh, what the heck? Let's fill it with the same gray. It'll be fine. Okay. Then this background, we will actually fill with something else. What's a nice wall color? White. You don't actually want like a pure white, I think. Maybe make it a nice light blue. Light blue? Sure, that's the ooh, that's the color of a schoolhouse wall, right? Ooh, that's kind of bad. Ooh. Or we could just roll into it hard. There we go. That's not still a little rough. That's not bad. Okay. And we need, where's my eyedropper? Eyedropper. I don't remember. Eyedropper. There it is. Eyedropper. We get our gray. We select this rectangle a little more accurately this time. And then we fill said rectangle. The blackboard, why is it not filling? Fill whole selection. Oh, there we go. Okay, so one thing is these shelves are a little too wide. We actually need to narrow the letters. The bookshelf, the blackboard needs to move some more. So let's move it. Since that 460. I think we just need to move all 4 of these lines by 40 or so. So that's 460. We go out to 900. Minus 10 is 890. This one is 530, so it's going to go to 570. And then 560. Boom. Now grab the blackboard and we move it so that it lines up with, oh my gosh, these grid lines. Okay, that's lined up the grid lines. Let's select everything. Blackboard, layer to image size. There we go. Save. Let's export. To playmat PNG. And re-embed all our data, which should not require a clean. File. Okay. Update the image warehouse. It is actually doing the full. No, it's not good. See how that looks. Hey, closer, much closer. I guess I need to take that space a little bit out. And now my text colors are really good. Or sort of. Okay. Yeah, I think that this blackboard will extend out further. I did not get all of these the same size. I don't know what happened on that edge. But I gotta get going, so we're probably gonna call it there. And come back tomorrow to do some art to fix the spacings, to properly lay out enough room for all the all the buttons. Then we will draw a table. Another thing we might do. Oh well, let's see. I need so many things we need to do. All right. First pass crappy developer art. That might be good enough. Okay. Earth. Quit. Alright, so what we do at this point is we do this. Add everything. Oh, we should update our journal. Oh, the part it's up to date. Shelf and backward. Not rate needs alignment and spacing fixes. It shows up. Okay. Okay, so bookshelf and blackboard. Okay. Now we can play this. Get. We'll just get log. Okay. And developer art. Bookshelf and blackboard show on. Okay. Plenty of work still be done. But pretty call there. Alright. Awesome. Thanks for joining. Always nice having everybody in the stream. Let me get a small link. Anybody wants to get notifications when I am streaming, there's a Discord channel. Feel free to join along. And I think that's it. Have a good one. Bye.